Okay, great. Everything's working. I'll get in the camera. Hi, Gems. Garnet here. How are you? Hey, AJ. Thank you for being here. Haven't talked for a while and my voice is noticing it. Let me know if the volume on the music is too loud, or if you can even hear it. I've tried to adjust it, but I'm not sure. Anyway, so tonight we are going to be doing a portrait, or rather a painting of a historic building. I will be doing it on a greeting card because I want to then send this to the person who owns the building now. But lots of times when you are, well, it's a useful skill to have as an archaeologist to be able to paint and draw, because lots of times when you need an image of something but no pictures exist, gotta get it somehow. So that's what I'm gonna be doing. Okay. So one of the first things that I do when I am starting a piece like this is decide if I'm going to want it to be framed or what I want the frame to look like. Because it is on a greeting card. So what I'm going to do is take my painter's tape and I'm going to make a nice little frame on it, because I will probably end up painting out to the very edges. If I wasn't going to, it wouldn't need much of a frame, but I probably will, so we're just gonna figure that out. I think a frame of, let's see, how long is this thing? It's 7 inches. So 5 would give me, okay, this is a 5 by 7. So I'm actually gonna get some of my other painter's tape that is a 1/2 inch wide. If I can, oh yeah, there it is. Haha, of course I can find it. What are we talking about? We're just gonna use that to be our, to be the guide here. So I'm gonna rip off a piece that's the right length, or longer. It doesn't matter too much here. Then I am going to tape it down almost up to the edge so that it's going to have 1/2 inch of white right there. Then I'm going to do the same thing on the other side, on the sides. And finally, I will do it on the top. Gotta get the cat hair out of there. Now this is not going to hold it down to the board very well. It'll be fine, but it's not like I'm taping it down to the board. Okay, and then one more. I've only painted one card before, so it'll be neat to do a second. And this one is gonna go... And that card was for my grandmother. And it felt like pretty low stakes, you know? Grandma always likes what you paint no matter what. It's her job. Okay. So... I do have to decide if I want to put the name or anything about the house. I think that I do. So what I'm gonna do is decide how much space I'm going to need to paint that. And then I'm gonna rip off some tape for it. And pick a place. So I'm imagining the house itself right over here, because you can see on the reference photo how it's kind of facing to the right and up a little bit. It would look kind of weird if it was just dead center there. But I'm imagining the house here, a little bit of hill here, and like a tree here, and flowers. So I could either put a little piece of tape here. Woo! Thank you! 6 months! Hey, Osaka! Osaka, by the way, please let me know how the volume is between my voice and the audio. Okay. So here we go. I think I want it to be... I think maybe I'll just put it in the little low. Okay. No, that's good. I wanted it to be kind of low. I didn't want to be drowned out by it or anything. Okay. Great. Thank you, Osaka. And thank you for being here. Okay. Let's do this. So, today I am actually going to use watercolor. The last few times I've only used gouache. I'm going to use my, I don't know which watercolors I should use. What do I have in here right now? Oh yeah, these are my Daniel Smiths that I like a lot. Yeah, these will be good. These ones are Daniel Smith's, and then these are, let's see, these three are Mia Mary, M-I-A-M-E-R-I, and then these four are some kind of neutral colors that I supplement these with that are Winsor & Newton, but they are the student grade, so they're Cotman, Winsor & Newton Cotman. Yeah, great, I will use this. This will work well. Okay, and then I'm gonna be very loose with this today. I've not done any historic representations before, so I'm gonna see what we got. I kind of just want my favorite brush, but I don't know where it is. Digging through my purse here. There we go. This is it. Yep. Great. Okay. Now, I've got all of these things. I've got my pencil. Let's do this. I have not painted many buildings before. Usually because... I don't know why, actually. I haven't. I don't always find buildings to be very beautiful, but then again, lots of times I do, so I don't know why. Really thought that I had a pencil sharpener here somewhere. A prepared person would have sharpened this pencil already. But too bad, you get me. I'm tired of this popping off, so I might tape it down a little bit more. Just some of this fatter tape. Then We're gonna tilt it a little bit. And then I will zoom in so that everybody can see really well as I try to draw this. Okay. So I first want to just get it laid out. I kind of want the house to be right about here. The bottom of the house should be here. And then I'm going to have a bush up here like this. Okay. And I realize these are very, very faint, sketchy lines. So I'm looking at the vegetation. This is the oldest picture that we have of the house, but I know that this is not what it looked like originally. We are going to use a lot of this similar vegetation here. And then I'm going to move the tree over to probably right about here. So that the house itself can be here. We've got this one coming in about at this angle. This one coming in about at this angle. And then, as it goes down here, we've got a little piece that kind of comes off right over here. Into this. Okay. From here, we have a slight angle going back to the building, and then a slight one going up to the roof here. And then that kind of goes off like that. Okay, I need to make the main part of the house a little smaller here. So I'm actually not going to erase, I'm just gonna move it and see what happens. Right here. And then we'll move this side over to the left a little bit. And then this one down here. Good. I don't remember how this, how well this watercolor paper works. My skill level was very different the last time I used these greeting cards, so we will find out. Okay. I think it's so funny that this is video game music, but it's based off of it's the classical, I don't remember what piece of classical music this is. I desperately wish that I had a way to play classical music while I streamed. But, you know, wishes and horses and all that. Alright, so now we're gonna look at this little bit up top. This part still isn't now quite tall enough. I overdid it. That will work. Okay, we're going to make the tree actually come over here so that we see more of the house. You know, I'm not sure that I'm liking the tree, really. It's... I don't know. We're gonna go up. So one thing that works really well when you are working on site is you can use your pencil or whatever straight edge you want to find angles. When you hold out your pencil straight out, it's pretty easy to tell if it's right up and down, right? But I'm looking at the angles of the roof on this house. And if I hold my pencil up to them, it helps me gauge how offset they are from that 90 degree vertical of my pencil. And so that's one of the ways that I get my angles, well, that I try to get my angles to be right. So this comes up here, out a little bit, up to right there, and then down. So the angle of this roof is really, I don't know, about 30 degrees. And so mine is about 30 degrees. It looks good. You can also do that for measuring. If you hold it out at the length of your arm, you can measure how far one side is, how far the other side is, and get proportions that way. So for example, the left side of this house is about 3 parts and the right side is about 4 parts. So if I call this being 3 parts, yeah, this needs to go out just a little bit further here. And I can see that these are also, this should be slightly higher than this. So that's another way to check my angle. This needs to be right up here. There we go. That looks good. This angle, however, isn't quite sharp enough. Should go right there. And here we have this little piece coming right off here. And then level with that. Okay. Now we're going to be doing a very loose, hopefully, version of this. But I definitely want it to be accurate proportionally. So let's look at our, we have a kind of dark trim that goes through even on the middle. Okay, then we have a window over on this side. This should actually only go out to about here. I keep wanting us to see more of that than there actually is. But there isn't that much. This is the little triangle of the roof. And this would be at this angle. Nice. Thank you, AJ. Thanks for being here. Sleep well. I was partly inspired to do a card because you do cards all the time, and I'm like, that's such a good idea. So I'm gonna do it. This tape is in my way. That means that I am drawing in the wrong place. But that's okay. Yeah. So I do know also I had the chance to actually be on site at this place and was able to get up under there and take off some of the siding on the building. And it did have old shingles on it, shingles for siding. So I will be painting those on here also. Let's get the steps in. Over here coming off of this building, looks like there's a little wall here, and then a little wall here. And some nice little steps. There we go. Those don't have to be perfect. Again, we're fine. So the wall actually kind of comes out like this. All right, so I'm gonna look at what we've got going on here and see if I like the overall feel before I start doing anything detailed. And I'm looking at the proportions. I'm looking at this, you know, the little face of this little, I don't know, appendage here. On the actual photo, it's about a third the rest of this, a little bit less. So 1, 2, 3, it's about right. Sure. All right, let's straighten it up now. We're gonna go ahead and make a strong vertical here that we know where it should be. That helps me a little bit. And then once we get up to the top here, we've got the little roof here coming in at an angle. There we go, and then kind of comes up to here. I'm still off on how close this is, but there we go. That'll be fine. So we're gonna just make up the roof here because we don't have a good enough image to know exactly what this looked like. And even then, we are just guessing, because this obviously wasn't taken when the house was first built. It was built before cameras were available there. So now for another straight line, gonna give it right there. Good. Okay. I want the bottom of these windows, so we're gonna, they look to be about there. And then the top is much closer to the sky there. Good. And then we obviously have the windows that are here. And there we go. And then it goes straight down over here, that side. And here we've got, this goes back till it hits that little bit. And then these ones are all going at kind of, all right, good. So up on the top, let's look at the roof. We've got I still think that this is not quite the right angle. We're gonna make it like this. We're very much under the house here. Okay. That's pretty good, really. This is a very difficult angle to get. The top of the little... Okay, again, it's only goes to about there. So we'll come out like this. And we've got a slight angle here. Then we've got almost a flat line right there. Good. Good, that works pretty well. So down here, we've got this coming in right there. And a good distance of roof going on here. Okay. Now underneath here, well, we've got a window up here first. Let's just block that one in so I remember it's there. In the middle of this building, we have another large window right about there. That is too wide. Way too wide, Garnet. What the heck? It's like a door up there. There we go. Okay. That's better. Now, none of these windows line up with each other. That's kind of funny. I was going to use a ruler to make sure that the edges got to be in the same places, but they aren't there. So, we have one window here and one up here. This one down here is pretty large. It's almost as big as the door. The door is lined up with this window. So that's something. On this side of it, we have door frame visible. And then we have this really cool barnwood kind of door. I'm going to make it look a little bit more, let's see, open. Trying to figure out how that would work. I've got door here. got a door here. The door opens, but I'm down below it. Okay, so the angle would still be slanted up a little bit. There we go. And up a little bit here. And then the actual doorway would be following all of the normal perspective lines here. So we're gonna lighten that up a little bit. And put it in. Then we've got doorway. Then we actually have what looks like a deck right down here. And then this goes out a little bit. And I am just going to assume that it had the same deck style as over here. Right here you can see that it's behind the tree. But I'm going to go ahead and just take it down right here. Pretend that the other side of the deck was right about, or other side of the wall was right about there. And we'd be able to see that. There'd be bushes here like this. And then these steps would be coming down like this. That wouldn't quite be right. I think those need to be at slight. Okay, they should be following the angle of the house, which is right about here. There we go. That looks better. Okay. All right. Good. Now we will block in the next window. Oh, that's neat. I think we see a person standing in this photo. The windows are actually lined up with the edge of the door, so that's kind of nice. Okay, good. Man, even these windows up here are not the same height. My goodness, whoever originally designed this house was not as OCD as some other people I know. But that's kind of nice. I mean, it means that I don't have to get it exactly right. Okay, now with this one, we've got this window. And then this window. Okay, now I am going to put some little flowers around the base of the house. And I'm actually going to put the shrubs and stuff in first. Hello, Cam. How's it going? So when I put the flora in here, trying to decide if there's anything else I really need to block out here. I don't think that there is. I might put a tree over here. I'm not sure. But all right, I think I'm ready to paint. So Let's pull this back a little bit and prep some of the paints. As usual, using just a spray bottle with some water in it. I'm going to spray down all of my paints here, but I'm not going to do it right over my painting because that's just asking for trouble. I'm going to blow out the cat hairs, an essential part of every piece of art. My art, anyway. Alright, shall we? So, I'm gonna mix up a couple greens. Oh. I need a water cup. So I'm gonna borrow the one out of my gouache. Thank you. I am just, this is the oldest picture of this house that I could get. I've got some newer ones, but I need a painting of what it looked like when it was first built. And the structure of this reference photo is the same as when it was first built. Okay. So I'm gonna mix up my some sap green here. Cam, are you an artist? Let me see, what time of year should we paint this house? I think it's gonna be like spring. Wildflowers blooming, and I'm gonna get a nice green going on. And I'm gonna get a bluer, kind of olivey green. And we're gonna do some flowers. Now the house was originally, when I took off some of the siding, I could see that the house was originally kind of a butter yellow with shingles down the sides. So I'm imagining this house being butter yellow. I'm thinking, well, pinks and blues will look really pretty with that because it's kind of following the primary colors scheme. So I'm also going to mix up a pretty kind of purplish here. And what flowers shall we go for? Let's say there's a, you know what, I want to lift some of this graphite off before I do anything else. You're not an artist? That's okay. You clearly appreciate art. So we're going to just pretend that there's a rose bush here. And for now I'm going to just kind of make some light pink places. And it'll be easy to take my green in around these when I'm done here. Then we're gonna say there are some, man, I don't want to go with white because white flowers are not easy in watercolor. We'll say that there is another bush. Okay, I forgot we want to be able to see the basement window that's right here. So now let's take maybe a pretty orange. I've already got some orange left over on my palette from something else I did. I don't know what else, but something. And we will make some kind of wildflower that's kind of a vertical flower. Doesn't have to be perfect. Actually, I should zoom in a little here for everybody. If the wildflowers were what we really cared about in this painting, I would be spending more time on them. But the architecture of the house is really what we're looking at. We're just setting off the house with something like this. We'll do one down here that's a lot bigger to show that show the distance a little bit here. And let's put a couple more of this type of flower over here, but we want them to be pretty small. You've tried, but even with good equipment, it's not a skill. Man, it's just something you work at. I don't know. I like painting, but I don't really like drawing. Unfortunately, if you want to do representational drawing, you or representational painting, you kind of have to be able to draw something, so... Alright, I'm liking those orange. Now I'm gonna do... Let's do some kind of... Okay, we're gonna go ahead and go in with some of the greenery now. That is way too wet. I need my paper towel, which I can't reach. Okay, so one important thing with watercolor, I don't know if it's the most important, I'd hate to say it that way, but it is very important to have good water control. That just means to know how much water you're putting out on the page. Also, you work light to dark, meaning you can always add more paint with watercolor, but man, if you mess up and put paint where you don't want it, depending on the pigment, it can be really difficult to get it to come out. So this here is what I'm imagining to be a rose bush. And it's looking just fine. I'm gonna go ahead and take some more concentrated pigment and just add some places of darker green in here. I'm imagining the sun coming from, honestly, I'm imagining the house kind of backlit, so that makes sense based on the direction of the building as well. So we'll go with that. Now, while that is still wet, I'm gonna take a little bit of yellow, just yellow or green, and put some dabs in a few places. Good. Maybe even a little bit of some really darks in here. Just to help it have some dimension to this bush. Again, the bush doesn't matter, so I need to remind myself, yes, the bush. It clearly wasn't really there. At least at the time that this picture was taken, I'd say 30s, 40s. But the house was built in 1910, I believe. Alright, now let's think about these other things. These are gonna be... Is this your house? No! No, this is actually a historical house in Maine. And I know the person who lives there. And I am wanting to... I'm painting this for a birthday card. But I also... If I end up... I might try to get this house put on the historic registry, because it, depending on, well, several things, I might be able to get that to go through. And if I do, That would be neat. So I'm gonna say that these are just some where do you live, Cam? I'm so glad to have you here. I'm gonna use some of the same greens on these over here just because I want it to get kind of a continuous feel of whatever this orange flower is. It goes with this kind of blue or green. Okay. You're in Oklahoma. That just makes me want to sing Oklahoma. But yes. I'm sure that you hear that a lot though. Okay, I want to make sure that I've got the foundation here. All of the foundation that is visible. Here. That's going to be going back here as well. And it looks like the window, the basement window again, does not line up with this window up here. It starts about here. And we'll just... Okay, good. Now I know where that's going to be. Well, that's awesome. Oklahoma. I've never been to Oklahoma. I've been to a lot of places, but not that one. Okay. I'm going to use a nice... I'm trying to decide... There's some interesting archaeological things going on with this house. I wonder if when it was originally built, I don't think this little piece was on there. That would be my guess. But then again, it's clearly here in 1930, 1940, so... You're working on designing your own house to build on my land, so your stream thumbnail caught my eye. Oh, that's really cool. Man, architecture can be really neat. What kind of style of house are you going for? I really don't paint buildings very often, but I'm enjoying it. I want this screen to be a little bit more yellow, just so that it stands out from that one. But at the same time, I'm gonna add a little bit of red to kind of dull that color down. Almost make it like orangey green. Because back here we know there's vegetation. But again, just because we just need generic vegetation here. Yeah, I can see, I could imagine painting houses that you're just like, are designed but haven't been painted yet. Or you don't have a picture of, just so that you can imagine them. That would make a lot of sense. So here I'm just varying from kind of light to dark. In a few places I'm trying to make this darker so that it shows kind of the hill here. And using a little bit of kind of dry brush here. Then I'm going to go ahead and take just some brown. I'm going to make some brown by mixing up, honestly, red and green, mostly. And then I want it to look kind of like really just fertile soil over here. Great. Good. Looks good. I'm gonna go ahead and get some more of the pink on my brush and make some darker places right in the middle of those roses. Just to give them each some depth as well. And it doesn't even matter where in the middle of the rose, like if it's off balance, if it's not. And another thing is, it's important to leave some white spots in there. Just because if you don't, it starts to look very one-dimensional. I might take a really bright yellow and add some to this rose bush here. There we go. Now I'm going to do the same thing with the orange. I'm going to take some really dark orange and just do kind of a few places to give it some dimensionality. Again, these are not real flowers. It doesn't matter. It's just to show that the house has some pretty flowers around it. Bought a few blueprints, but have made a bunch of changes over and over. Oh, that would be so much fun. Man, I love blueprints and maps, and I mean, I really love maps, but blueprints, so much fun. I think that because I can't actually see what's going on at the corner here, I'm going to put another rosebush back there. I think that'll be kind of a nice pattern anyway, because these people who live here have now planted a pretty red rosebush here and one back here. So I'm gonna go ahead and get more of that pink. So what do you do for a living, CAD-CAM? When I see your name, I just think of AutoCAD, which is a mapping software, or again, I'm putting these roses in, but I am gonna make them not quite as large as these ones. These ones are not very big already. I'm gonna try to make these ones smaller. I'm trying not to have too much of a pattern going on with them. I want it to look like just nature. And while nature and roses have a lot of pattern to them, they don't necessarily, the pattern isn't visible from afar. The pattern is visible up close, but out here you don't want dot, 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 dot. Like, those are the roses, so. You're retired Navy. Was an electrician and a machinist. Oh, that's really neat. So you can make all sorts of stuff. Yeah, that makes sense for your designing your own house. Are you going to build it as well? Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and take the same green that I used for this rose bush. You just can't draw or paint. Yeah. Like I said, I don't like the drawing, but I love the painting because I love the colors, so I try, man, I try. I'm gonna add another little one of these orange flowers over here. And I think maybe one right over here as well. You're going to build it. Awesome. That makes sense, because if you were the electrician, if you were an electrician and a machinist, you got the skills to build a house. It's very neat. I was really young when we remodeled our house. Well, not super young, but I was 11 or 12. And certainly not interested in helping with that. But my dad built our house originally, and it's a neat house. So again, I'm just putting in the bush right here. I've thought before how I want to paint out our paint what I want our garden to look like. I've never done it, but well, I did a really, really brief one when I was trying to decide if my flowers would look good, where I was envisioning putting them. Hi, cat. Well, don't mind you. Cat, I can't see through you. Hi. Hi. Can you get down on my lap, please? Thank you. And you can get it done without a 30-year mortgage. Yeah, exactly. And you can make sure that it's done in a quality way too, which is nice. Because, I don't know, it's difficult when you are relying on someone else. You never know if they're going to really do a good job or not so much. And then you'll know all of the little ins and outs and its eccentricities, and I'm gonna make the rose bush go back over beyond this little porch that was here. Okay. Then I will put a rose in here. It's because I didn't wait for the green to dry, my pink and green is kind of running together. But again, I have to keep reminding myself, the flora is not what matters here. It's the house, the architecture. Okay. I'm gonna add a few darker places in this rose bush. One thing that is kind of a trick about making things look closer versus farther away is that things that are farther away, color-wise, are not going to be quite as bright, meaning they don't have the vibrancy. And it's called atmospheric perspective. For example, I'm gonna grab just a sheet of regular paper here for a second. That has to dry anyway. All right, we'll just okay. So atmospheric perspective, very, very, very simply put, is the fact that the more air is between you and your subject matter, the more particulate matter, the more stuff is going to obscure your vision. So if you have, okay, let's be bold here. If we have a mountain, right? Okay. Snowy mountain, right? Good. Now behind it, if we have another snowy mountain, it has to be not as dark. And right now it looks equally as dark, but I'm actually gonna take that pigment and use it on the rest of the mountain. And let that color bleed on down. And in order to make this one look like it's ahead of the first, I'm gonna make sure that this is nice and dark here. And then say there's one clear in the background. Now this one is not going to be as bright blue, and it's not going to be as bright as, or as dark rather. And then if there is a hill right in front, it's got to be the darkest of all, right? So dark colors and, or rather dark things and vibrant colors are closer to you. They appear closer. So, yeah, there we go. Okay, we're gonna move that. So that's atmospheric perspective in a nutshell. So I'm doing the same thing here. You'll notice this rose bush is darker, and so far it's not more vibrant, but they're pretty close. The darkness is enough for me. I'm gonna add some more dark greens in with these flowers too. And then I think I'm going to go ahead and start on the house. Just going to do some kind of general vegetation marks here. They're a little bit spikier because I wanted them to look like they're even closer to us. So there we go. Hey. Hey, Always. How are you? It's a good example. Thank you. Oh, I'm glad. I'm glad that that helped. Yeah. There's all sorts of really fun examples you can do with that. If you're down inside water and you're looking up at the sky, all of the fish closer to you are going to be dark, and the ones away would be, yeah. How are you, Always? Nice to see you. Okay. I'm not sure what color the siding was on this house, but quickly before I go into painting it, since the house is going to be such a light color, I'm going to take my kneaded eraser and just lift some of the lines that I made for the kind of my outline there. You're tired, but you're curious what my art is tonight. Tonight, I am trying to paint an image of what this house may have looked like when it was brand new in 1910. I haven't had a chance to look at the architecture of this little side thing here. I suspect that it was added on later, so it wouldn't have been here in 1910. But because I can't say that with certainty, I'm still including it in the historic representation of the house. But I was able to pull off a little piece of the siding and see that underneath were very, very, very old butter yellow shingles. So we're gonna give it shingles, and I'm looking forward to that. Let's mix up a nice butter yellow. Actually, I think we're gonna just go with the siding, the corners, the edges, the roof being kind of a dark brown. I think that'll be fine. And so I'm gonna go ahead and just, again, I want this to be loose, which y'all know I'm so good at not being perfectionistic. Cat, stay over there. I know that you have water. I have to think about where my light is also. I see it as we're looking at the southeast side of this house here, and then the southwest side. So we are slightly no, hold on. Wait. I'm weirding myself out here. That's the east side over there. This is the south side, and this is the west side. So, either we've got a sunset going on, or we've got kind of a morning, and I've done it more with the light is coming from the east over here. So while I've got some of this brown, I'm gonna make some darks on this. Just putting some darks in there will make it feel like this whole thing is darker. And I want to avoid putting the darks on the top because it would be exposed to the most light up there, even if it's just reflected light. So let's do the butter yellow shingles. I'm considering yellow ochre, using just straight yellow ochre. Yeah, I think that'll be good. So with watercolor, to make light colors, you just use a higher water to pigment ratio. Here, I am going to make this side plenty dark. I'm going to go in later and I will add shingles and some shadows, but for right now, I just want to make sure that we've got that kind of buttery yellow all over the place. And it does look like got some of them going on there. Okay. Now while I've got basically that same consistency, we're going to put this side on also. I'm trying not to be too exact. I don't want this to be an even wash. If the siding was just flat siding, an even wash would be fine, but these were they were wooden shingles, and this is going to be the darker of the sides. So while I got this, right now, I know that this looks a little bit almost too dark, but as I work on other things and they get darker, I think this will still appear to be a light. I'm going to go ahead and kind of overlap the roof down here because since I'm using a dark color on that, it'll be, there we go. I'm working quickly so that the edges can still blend with the other places I put color. This almost got darker than I was going for. This paper seems not great. So I'm going to wet it down and just lift a little bit like that. And that just decreases the amount of pigment on there. And I'm going to spread it out a little bit and hope that it evens out. Then we'll do these lighter sides. Let's see. Is that a hip roof with a dormer or something else? I can't quite tell. I don't know what hip roof is. I know what a dormer is, but I'm gonna look it up because I want to know. Huh, my cat's squeaking at me. Okay, what is a hip roof? I know a lot of archaeological terms. However, most of them are from further back than early 1900s. Hip roof is a roof with four sides that slope down from the peak or ridge line of the roof. Okay. The hip of the roof is the angle where two adjacent sides meet. Hip roofs. Okay. Oh man, found some really cool architecture. Okay, it is not pyramid roof. Okay, so a hip roof is a pyramid style. I believe that this is. It's really difficult to tell from this picture, but I do have some other pictures of the house. Let me look. Really quick, we will go ahead to switching. So here I can show you an image of what the house looks like today, which is, I think, very interesting. However, from this image, of course, you can't really tell either because I was trying to take an image from a picture to match this historic photo that we have. Okay, got to stop the music for a second. I can't hear myself think. Okay. Okay, so this is actually what the house looks like now. The deck has been added, obviously. There was the little porch that went off of this door. Let's see, can you see my mouse? Yes, okay, good. The little porch that comes off of this door is gone, but replaced by this deck. And then there was also that one little porch that took it down, steps coming off of a door right here on the west face. So I do think that it is the pyramid style roof. However, that's not a great picture either because I was trying to take a picture from the same perspective as the historical photograph that we have. But yeah, I was able to go in and peel off a little piece of the siding in a place that wouldn't be noticed and look at the siding underneath, which was kind of a butter yellow. And this is in Maine, and they originally were made with shingles all over the sides like that. Yeah, okay. All right, we'll switch back to art. Okay, I need to loosen up here. I'm gonna get a larger brush and make myself lighten up. The windows kind of make eyes and a nose, and then the porch is a great big smile. It does kind of. That's funny. I like it. We'll anthropomorphize the house. Okay, so I've got a bigger brush so that I can't be as nitpicky about things, and we're gonna do, so I have the reference photo pulled up on my computer larger than you guys can actually see it. I also have to decide what color to paint this really cute little barnwood door that we've got. Okay. Just letting it blend in there. I'm starting to not use enough pigment. I'm gonna add some more in here. Yeah, how buildings get added and changed over years is so interesting. Okay. That will be just fine. All right, now, okay, this is gonna be a challenge for me, but I am gonna make myself just not be so picky. Okay. Okay, we've got a lighter yellow here too. This is the ugly stage of the painting. Every painting has one, or several. Some paintings never get out of them. But the ugly stage is when the painting is like, you look at it and you're not sure how it's ever going to look good. You just gotta have faith and keep working on it. Or give up and throw it away. I've done that too. Try not to, but it happens. You know, I don't think that originally the house would have had these funny little side, I don't know, the little kind of rails along the stairs. I don't think it would have had those. I think these probably would have just been stair steps going downward, and I'm not sure how I'm gonna paint those in because I don't want them to look like shingles, because I can't imagine why you would have shingles like that. But hey, what do I know? All right, we're now gonna take a brown, but it's gonna be light, and just paint the line for the roof. Trust me, it's gonna look better when I'm done. That goes slightly up to the peak of the roof right there. And then it even goes. It's such an awkward angle that we've got looking at this funny little addition on the top. My so always knows this, but Cad, I have tremors in my hands, and they've been very frustrating to deal with when I'm painting. And I'm doing other things too, but it's especially annoying when I'm painting. And yeah, tonight they're not great. With this roof, we can see parts of it. We're going to give it some dimension by adding shadows to it later, and hope that our house will be able to pull out of its ugly phase. So this is going to be the lining for the windows also. I'm going to go ahead and paint in our windows. The one, good. I'm going ahead and making that line very thick, because later on I'm going to come in with a very narrow, thin line and put it above, and then that will appear to be shadow, and that'll be fine. And in this painting, obviously we can't really see the yellow up above here, but that's because this photo is not that great. I imagine that there is yellow up there, so I'm going to add it. There we go. Okay, now I'm going to switch to a smaller brush because I just can't stand it. And we're going to work on some other windows. All right, so the door frame has a line coming back here. And it would be extra dark right here. That would be kind of the inward facing part of that siding. You want to stick the photo in AI and have it colorized. I do wonder, this almost, I can't tell if these are shingles in the image. It's a really not a great image, but you know, it's very old. That being said, it would either be almost white or white. I don't think this is the original. I don't think that the siding that we see here is the original siding. It might be, but I'd have to do a little bit more research to figure that out. But I do know that underneath the blue siding that is there now are butter yellow shingles, and they're so pretty. Okay, that'll work just fine for the door. I'm going to mix up kind of a grayish blue for windows, and I want it to be very a very neutral gray. So I'm just going to take some blue, make sure that I've got that, and that's beautiful. But these are windows. They aren't actually blue. I just want them to look kind of neutrally. They're there. Gonna mix in this red, see what that does. Getting a little bit closer. We're gonna add some green now because that will make it a little bit more grayish. There we go. Now we've almost got like a stormy sky look going on here. That'll be great. That will be just great for dark windows. Now we've got very dark going on here. I think that the dark darks that we're seeing reflected in this window are the edge of the building, and then that this side would actually be the lights. And then, again, the light over here. I'm not worrying about the piece going across the middle, really. I don't know what that's called. I don't remember. Okay. It would be really interesting to see what AI thought this was. Okay, we're going to take our gray blue now and do our light. This one's pretty much just flat, light gray. I don't want it to be flat perfectly, so I'm leaving a few streaks. This one over here that we actually can't see would be about the same. And I'm not even sure that it would really line up with this window because, man, whoever built this house had some issues lining their windows up. Okay, let's do up top again. I'm going to make sure to put a lot of this kind of stormy gray in the sky, because really what you're seeing in the windows would be the sky reflected, basically. I'm going to add a little bit more dark over here so that that kind of comes across. And maybe just something to make it look like it's there. Okay, now these ones. These ones I might do the brown after I've done kind of just sheet of glass. Yeah. Good. That'll be easy to paint that in now. And then these ones up here also. I'm going to see if the windows on this side would be probably darker looking than the ones on this side, mostly just because, again, they're further in the shaded area of what I'm imagining. That's interesting. In this photo, it actually looks like the little fourth section of this window has been broken out. I'm not sure if that's the case, but it Doesn't look real happy. All right, now I'm going to take my just flat water and hope that this is a pigment that I can lift out, because I want to see some yellow here, not this brown. So some watercolor pigments are what they call staining, and that means that the color is going to stain the paper, and even when you try to lift the paint off, there will be a stain there. This brown is apparently not particularly staining, because it was pretty easy to lift that out, which I'm glad. Okay. Let me now work on the roof. We need an extra dark under here. We're going to let that line be nice and dark up here at the top and wide, but then it's just suggesting the roof of the house there. I'm going to do a similar thing on this side. And then just let that be part of the shadow. Okay, so on this little addition thing up here, I want to show that it is also these pretty yellow shingles. So we're going to get that in right there. And then the front of it has a window. So I'll pick up my kind of gray window color. And put that window in. Nice. Okay, let's see if we can make this window look better. It would make me happy if we could. It would be a happy camper, because right now it looks like, well, I don't like how it looks right now. We're going to see if we can fix it. Okay, nice. Gonna just smooth that out a little bit so that it can bleed now. Good. Okay, next, I'm gonna make sure that the thing going down the middle is still visible. And let's fix the windows on the sides here. I'm gonna go ahead and try to do a thin brown siding on that window. Over here I want it to be even thinner of a line because it's further away from me. After I've got that line in, I'm actually just kind of dabbing it with the pigment that's left over on my brush so that the pigment can travel off onto the painting. Okay. So along with that atmospheric perspective that we talked about, you can use that trick on stuff even like which side of the window is closer to you. I am going to make sure that this side is extra dark and that side is not so much, because it just makes it appear closer to you when it is dark like that. I am now going to see if I can lift out the brown on that side that's too wide, that's making me mad. So with watercolor to lift, if it is a pigment that can be lifted, again, you just put clear water on it, clear, clean water, and you can scrub a little bit. The quality of your paper has a lot to do with how much scrubbing it can handle. The most quality watercolor papers are made out of 100% cotton. And cotton can take a real beating. This is definitely not cotton. I don't know what this is. It's behaving all right though. I've painted on worse. 10 sets, 140 pound, 300 grams per square GSM. Yeah, if it doesn't say, then it is cellulose. Hey, look, it's from Oklahoma City. Well, made in China, but you know. All right, so here we are with the yellow going on. There's some weirdness going on with this roof on this little extra bit. So we are going to go through and paint that edge. Right up to here. And then it goes inward. Good. Now we can actually almost see the edge of it here. Good. I'm going to paint kind of just a very faint triangle right there because it's going to kind of trick the viewer's eye into seeing that this roof is receding into the background. So I made it a little bit darker up here. There we go. Now we're going to paint in these windowsills. Good. That was actually really spaced correctly, which was lucky because after I started it, I was like, oh, this might not be a good idea. There we go. Again, just barely suggesting that that's what's there. Because it doesn't have to be... No one's gonna, you know, it's not a diagram here. One thing that's bothering me a little bit with this is that my perspective is... Something's wrong with this little wall. And this line. Oh, it's this line. That's the problem. Okay. All right. Let's fix this line. It should be coming right up here. So I'm just gonna lift out some of that. As we've established, this brown seems to lift pretty well. And make sure that we've got a good angle right there. That was better. Now I'm going to scrub out a little bit of the shadow that's right here to encourage it to be more of a slant. There we go. Now, this is also wrong. So I'm going to use my butter yellow and just have it go in a little bit more. There we go. Now when I draw the lines for the shingles, it will look a little better. Okay, now we have a door. Let's see. Let's paint a window here, up here, and actually have it be open like the window in the photo. So for that, I'm going to paint in the blue where the glass is still, or my grayish kind of stormy sky. And then I'm going to take really the same color. I'm just going to make it darker until it's just almost black. Okay, there we go. Good. I think we're going to make the interior of the house the same color as that really dark, just to signify that there's a big black hole. But it has to be very dark or it's just gonna look weird. Luckily, it doesn't have to be a big space. I'm gonna take just little bits of brown and daub them at the top. That just gives kind of that shadowy hole some changes in color, and it's pulling it down there. And good. Hi, Barbara. How are you? Yeah, it's looking good, isn't it? This is the historic picture I have of Brian's mom's house. And her birthday is coming up, so I'm making her a birthday card. Because, man, I could not decide what else I wanted to paint. Okay, good. Now I think the door that's hanging off here with its pretty little barnwood color. Hey, Miss Peachy! Or not barnwood color, the wood bracing across the top and the bottom and then one across the middle. It's pretty classic. Oh my gosh, Miss Peachy, do you want to see my cat? Because it's ridiculous what she's doing here. She tried to get in the way of the... Here, I'll take the camera. She tried to get in the way of the painting in front of my computer. So she's on top. This here is my painting bag. And my goodness. I wouldn't let her drink the paint water and it made her mad. She precious cinnamon bun that must be protected. Oh my gosh. She is precious cinnamon bun drama queen who's laying on my paint bag. That's what she is. Books are good as kitten. I know she is. Lots of times I have a cat cam set up, but not usually while I'm painting. Because while I'm painting, she has to be in the way. And I'm so mean, I wouldn't let her drink my poisonous paint water. What a jerk. What a jerk. Okay. I'm trying to decide. Okay, let's put in the... Let's work on this little piece on top. I don't know what you call that. But, how are you, books? Books are a reason. I like it. We're gonna make a slight line going off at an angle like that, which will suggest the hip roof. Is that what it was? Oh, Actually, you know what? If I wanted to pull the cat cam in here, I could. Yes, I know, you're cute. Uh-huh. I know, you're mewing and mewing. We will add have to move it because, you know, when I'm painting, she's got to even more in the way. There we go. Now we have the cat cam too. The reference photo, me, and the cat cam. Hi, kitty. Oh, she's funny. We are going to be moving our setup, Miss Peachy. We're going to have a different desk. We'll be in a different room. I hope that it will be a lot better. I hope that it'll be easier to maneuver. Okay, that's pretty good. Now we will put that in there. I know, there's so much to be moved first though. We're swapping our office with our oldest daughter's bedroom. And so they're going to be down here and we're going to be there. I'm going to be a little bit more picky here. Where did I put my, oh, ruler's right there. A little bit more picky here. Even though these windows don't really line up, I'm going to make them. Because, hey, it's my painting. They can line up if I want them to. I've never used the ruler as a straight edge while painting. Looks like it worked okay. And down, there we go. I'm looking forward to it, Miss Peachy. It's so hard to know what to put behind me though when I stream. I mean, I want it to be interesting, but people aren't there to see what's behind me. And yet, whatever's behind me has to look cool. So, I don't know. The goodest kitten back here, laying on my paint bag. Makes a lot of sense. Okay. We are going to assume that this barn style door is also butter yellow. And it will look better when we get the edges painted and the shadow behind it and stuff. So let's do a little bit more here with the yellow. I think I want to make it look like there's a little path. Going off like this. Good, that's pretty. And then we'll go with more greens. I don't know what color the stairs would have been. Can't tell what they're made of. They'd probably just be made of painted wood. But, I'm probably going to turn this into an ink and wash piece. And that'll be nice. I'm going to do something. I'm going to move our frame tape that's been bugging me since the beginning because I couldn't draw within the lines. Draw within the frame. We're just going to move it up. And that will be just fine, especially if I decided not to do sky in here. If I want to do sky, it would be better if I put this back down. Yeah, I can still do sky with that. That'll be great. So much better. Okay, now I am out of my drink. Everybody, be entertained by the kitten. There you go. Be entertained by the kitten, and I'll be right back with a drink for myself. Hey, I'm back. Sorry about the extended wait. Hi, kitty. Your eyes are dirty. My goodness, look at you. You're a mess. Such a mess. You're so cute, little cat. I know. And you are the star of the show. Here you go. Okay. Sorry I took so long. My husband's been really sick, and he said that Jello sounded good. And I was like, I can make some, and he's like, no, it's fine. Go do your stream. I'm like, no, it's okay. It takes like 3 minutes if you do it in the microwave. Microwave Jello. That's as fancy as we get around here. Okay. Where was I? Oh, yes. Edges of windows. You know, I was thinking about it. The only other architecture that I think that I've painted is the Ponte Vecchio, which is a bridge in Florence. And actually, that bridge is kind of yellow too. I don't remember if I ever did that one on stream though. I I don't know. I can't remember if I did it on stream or not. Now we will do these ones. Ooh, too much water. So remember when I talked about water control? That is not it. There we go. Part of the way that you can tell a really good brush from not so great brushes is that with your really good brushes, you can make a point even when it's a larger brush. And I mean, it's all really a matter of preference, but I really like being able to paint both large and with wide and thin lines with one brush. Okay. All right, that's looking pretty good. I'm gonna turn it for up here because I want to get this angle right. It's going back into the roof. Woo! Oh my gosh, Nashi, that scared me. I don't know if that's loud for you guys, but that was so loud for me. I was just focusing on that roof, and I wanted the roof to go. You're so man, I would have been so mad at you if my paintbrush had been down and I just squibbled all over the paper. The scary Japanese farmer. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Nashi. I'm going to see if I can take some of this out a little bit because I really don't want it there. It's not quite where I wanted the roof to be when I ended up with it. Yeah, good. Now you don't even really notice it. It'll be even better when I put in a sky or something. How are you doing, Nashi? Okay, I'm gonna continue on with the frame on this one. And I think that I will just leave the white space between the open and the dark, open and closed window there, to just speak for itself. Nice. And up here, I'll get that line while I'm at it. Maybe that line while I'm at it. All good in the hood. How am I? You know, Nashi, I'm doing pretty well. I am. I've got a new, we're going to be switching our office for my husband's oldest daughter's room. And they're going to move to this room, and we're going to move up there. And we got some new office desks to go up there, which I think will be really fun. I'm a little bit conflicted because I love this desk, but it weighs so much, that we are afraid to try to move it, because it took 2 movers with this weird sling between them to get it down the stairs and in this room. And my husband and I would have to get it, well, my husband and I and the teenage daughters would have to get it up the stairs and into that room. And I'm thinking I might just say, look, girls, you can use my desk. Here it is. You want this room? Fine. It comes with a desk. So, and I had a birthday, which was fun. The kids made me a cake, and it was cute. The one writing the words ran out of icing with Happy Bee, so it said Happy Bee, and it was so cute. It is good news. It's nice. I'm doing okay mentally. Not great, but okay. Today's been kind of rough, but I think in general, maybe I've been better than, I don't know. I never know. All right, I'm trying to decide if this is ready for the inking part. I'm gonna make this wall would actually be the darker yellow. So we're gonna make it darker because it's in shadow. Oh, the rose bushes are so pretty up against that wall. Nice. Such a cheerful yellow house. I'm gonna make it yellow here also, because this would be the inside of one of those edges. And let's see, this one would also be, whoops, more shaded, but not quite that shaded. So getting just some water now. Nice. How goes the violin, Nashi? Let me see if this house, it looks like it has a siding. I don't know what they call it. It looks like it's got extra definition up along the corners. So I'm gonna go ahead and add in just a light brown, medium width line going on here so that I can draw up and down either side of it. And we'll call it whatever that is. You're still doing your lessons about twice a week, sometimes 3 times a week. Wow. You don't practice outside of your lessons, which means it's slow going, but you enjoy it. You never miss a lesson. Brahms' Lullaby. Ooh, I'm not 100% sure what that piece is, but I am 100% sure that I would recognize it if I was to hear it. I would look it up and play it, but I don't have the rights to on stream. But I will look it up after this. The Most Famous Lullaby. Okay, good night. Thank you for being here, CAD Cam. Yeah, if you ever want a painting of your house or a painting of what it might look like, let me know. And also, these videos are recorded both here and on YouTube for later. And I promise this is going to look a lot better when I'm completely done. It'll look great. It was great to meet you and to hear about your house. I'm excited. Nashi is at da 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 da. That one? That's the one that comes to mind when I think of Brahms' Lullaby, but I'm not sure. Okay, I'm going to... Right. Yep, you got it? Okay, good. I would not have, I definitely wasn't sure on that one, but that's the one that was kind of in my head. Okay, let's do some, oh wait, no, we're not ready to ink. Well, you can ink and wash. With the technique ink and wash, you can do ink and wash, or wash and ink, or ink and wash and ink and wash. Whatever you feel like. As long as your ink is waterproof, not gonna run. If your ink's gonna run, it's not as much fun. Look at that, I'm rhyming. Okay, but like I said, you do want it to be the right angles. This one we are gonna just very, very faint. I'm not even pushing down very hard here because I want it to be darker at the corner and then lighten up a little bit as it goes back. And I'm just, all I'm doing is suggesting, you know? So up here, where I've already painted this, I'm gonna go ahead and just make it a nice straight line. Oh, I love doing this because then all of a sudden it's got straight edges and you don't know how, but it happened. See? Where that was such a muddled, messy line, all of a sudden that roof is like, oh, yeah, those were straight boards. Okay, let's, right there. And then this one should follow the same line here. So, you know what? I want to show you guys / remind myself how boxes work, okay? For this, we're gonna zoom out. Okay, so 4 boxes. And with this house especially, hey Fluffy Marshmallow. So this house is on what I think would be called a 2-point perspective, meaning all of these lines are coming back to a point over here, and these lines are coming back to a point over here. So if you have what they call the horizon line, pretend this is it, and your house is right here. So this line now, make sure you can see the house as well. You want to make it your beach home? It's actually very close to a beach. It's in Maine. So I'm gonna make it smaller than this one, but this will show you how you get the angles right. You pick a point over here and a point over here, and these are called your vanishing points. And if this is the roof of our house, if you draw a line, I'm going to make it smaller. We're going to pretend it's right here. Otherwise, it's going to be really strangely direct. Here to here. And let's see, our ground is about this angle. And then our ground back here would be this angle. Then you've got, okay, well, here is the outer edge of our house right here, okay? Then let's do this outer edge. We've got about here. Okay, so now here's our house. We want to add this one. Okay, that's no problem. It comes to about half the height of the house. Or rather, you would draw its roof like this. And so its roof is going to be at this angle. But then it goes out further, right? Because it's a little bit longer. And it goes down below here. And then you've got your ground floor here, coming down to about here. Then this would come up to here. And let me look at it. Okay, I made this kind of at not a great angle. Mine's going to be thinner than it actually is, but that's okay. But then this piece would line up with this outer angle. I don't know if this is making sense to anybody but me. I've never really thought about how you explain perspective, because I really kind of just get it pretty well. But basically, all of these lines, right, end up pointing from their corner to one of these perspective lines. And so if we're doing this, and then there's our little rooftop thing on top, say we want its point to go to right here, okay? We can line this up. Say, oh, there's where its roof goes. And then make it straight up and down. And then this roof, this one actually is kind of tricky because it would go back to a different perspective point, but we're not going to get into that. We're going to say the very front of the little triangle would go back like that. And then it's here. And you've got your little window here, right? And then here, you've got your roof. Up here, we've got more roof. And then your house is here. I don't know if that made any sense. But hey, maybe it did. Then you've got your windows here, right? I'm just showing you what we're looking at here. Window, 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 and brown roof. Okay, that's how perspective works. So that's why you see all these lines. It just gets a little bit trickier when you're when you have more perspective points, and this is kind of neat because from this angle we are almost standing down on, you get it? Okay, good. Thank you, Marshmallow. From this perspective, we're standing down below this house on a hill that's sloping towards us. And it's difficult to get that. But part of the reason that this part looks so messed up is because this isn't following that perspective line rule. I need to guess or estimate where this line would end, what perspective point over here, because these lines should be going down toward it, which would be right about probably about there. So we're going to put that there. Just give some little suggestive lines there that show that it's going that direction. Okay, I'm going to draw. We're going to hit that corner. We're going to hit this corner, which should be a little bit more like that. There we go. Nah, that wasn't quite right. Did I do this weird little loopy thing for a reason? What is that? Hi, kitty cat. Okay, I've pulled up that reference photo and zoomed in on this. I did paint it because it's there, but I don't know what it is really. So you know what else I did? I didn't put a door here. These stairs are leading to absolutely nothing. Oh, that's funny. Well. Okay, so watercolor doesn't erase well. We're gonna see how staining these colors are. I'm going to put some just clear water right along here. And we're going to try to lift it out. Of course. So it looks like our dark brown is kind of staining. That's okay though. I'll just make the door dark. Okay. Oops, yeah. Exactly, Fluffy, exactly. We'll just make a really dark door. The only part that is going to look a little bit wonky is this part here that should be yellow. But hey. Cool. Yeah, this is a historic house, so who needs a door anyhow? I know. People today, they just think they need all these things like stairs and doors to stairs and stairs to doors instead of walls. What the heck? Okay, we're going to do this little so with this door, we're going to go ahead and paint the pieces here. Yeah, good. Then we're gonna, I can't work on that until it's dry. It's bugging me now, and so now I want to fix it, but I can't. Okay, this door would still be up and down, vertical. This line needs to be vertical. However, these little bits of door would look like this because it's swinging open because it's a door, and they do that because this side of the house got a door. Great. Now I'm gonna just take my ink and actually no, I want to do this part with my paint. Get some super dark brown and just make a really dark line on the bottom of that, on the bottom of it here, and the back side of the little slant across because that's just going to represent the shadow. Good. Let's go ahead and take our brown and paint this siding also. It's going to be darker. Well, probably the same color as the roof, really. Okay. Yeah, so this house is my husband's mother's house. And it was built in the early 1900s. And it looks very different than this now. But I know that she would love to see if it could be she would like to restore it as much as possible, and she's done a lot to it already. The last time I was there, she and I got in there and tore off a little bit of the siding to see what was behind it, because I took her to the historic society there in her town to learn about the house, because I wanted to know. And they had this picture of it and a lot of the history about it, and it was really neat. And I was like, this picture almost looks like it has shingles on the sides, which is what she really wanted it to have. And oh, look at that. I put a ruler over wet paint and it got weird. Imagine. Okay. But anyway, okay. We are now going to see what we can do about this missing door here. Okay. I think the door is going to go even higher than the windows. It's going to go right up there. And it's going to go right there. Look at that. And there is a door. Voila. Okay. Okay. Now that is going to sit for a little while until it looks like a door. Think door thoughts. All right, what other lines need assistance? Up here we need a line. Nice little straight defining line. I don't want to go over my door again while it's wet, because we have established that that doesn't work so well. We're going to straighten out some of these windows. Just by adding some lines. They don't even have to go the complete length of the window. They are just there to help the viewer's eye see straight lines. And now, actually, they're more there to help the slightly obsessive compulsive painter deal with the non-straight lines. I'm gonna lift some of the graphite. So sometimes you can use your kneaded eraser and still lift graphite off after you've watercolored near it or on it. Sometimes you can't, just depends. I usually try just to clean it up. Okay, now there is a window down here. I need to remember and put that in before I forget that it's there. And can you believe it? I can remember a basement window, but I can't remember the door. Now this one would be quite dark because it's not going to be getting as much light reflecting on it. So I'm going ahead and making that pretty dark. Good. Okay. All right, door. Are you ready to look more like a door? Even more? Okay. Let's darken up the edges. Nice. And we will go ahead and do, you know what? I could even make this door brown as well. Yeah, there we go. Now both of the doors are brown and it makes sense. This one, however, is closer to us, and I'm going to do its edging here in a bit. Oh my gosh, I stuck my hand in wet paint again. Imagine how that doesn't work. Well, I mean, I guess it works depending on your goals. If your goal is to make kind of a weird, annoying texture in your paint, then it works. All right. Trying to decide if we really need any, whoops, dropped something over there. If we need any rocks or anything over here, maybe just to give a little bit of variety on the ground. Maybe that's a rock right in there. I think I'm also going to take some of this bright pink and put some darks in the roses that I imagined over here. Okay. Really, I'm just killing time while the paint dries. All right, let's look at the steps. Now, I think we're going to make them a grayish brown will be good. I do want to fix the yellows up there. And make this one a little bit darker. So back here, I'm making this darker right in this corner because it would be more difficult for the light to get in there. Therefore, less of the light would be making it in there. Out here, it would be brighter. So that's what that's all about. Okay, I'm gonna practice drawing shingles on something else. Okay, let's pretend this is our house, right? This is our house again. Here are the windows. If I do lines like this and just yeah, I think if I just kind of draw a really faint line, I can then go ahead and add in little shingle markings. Really, I only need the markings on the bottom. Yeah, that'll work fine. Okay, good. This is why we practice not on the main piece in case it looks terrible. These windows do need some tops. No matter how faint, at least they are there. Okay. Now we're going to do, we're going to mix up a brownish gray for the steps. I want it to feel almost like be the color of wet cement, kind of. These, it would be lighter over here though. Right now, we can obviously not see all of them. So I'm just laying down the wash over them. Here I'm kind of using the negative space of this bush, trying to make sure that it recognizes that the bush is in front. I'm gonna help it look shingle-like by kind of coming in at the edges there. Okay, and now we can go ahead with some more inking. So the roof of our little addition thing here, just like that, and like that. And down here, even like that, which is a little bit weird, but it's okay. Hopefully no one will examine this too closely. This is a little bit tricky because this line of roof is just such an odd angle. Good. Now, let's think about the shingles. We are going to say that they're about that big, I think. And I want them to be very close to parallel to each other, but not quite. Because as we move downward on the house, the left side of this line is going to go down faster than the right side, because again, the spot is up there somewhere, if that makes sense. Effectively, that makes the shingles closer to us appear to be larger than the shingles that are further from us. Now with these ones, we're going to say that they're all in about the same place. Here, I just have to make sure that I'm changing my line slightly. And then we're good. Now these ones again are going to the right vanishing point. So let's go ahead and straighten up the window ledge. Good. And then they're going to be almost parallel with the window ledge. So same thing going on here that was going on okay. This part still looks kind of wonky, but I'm really not sure how to fix it at this point. So I'm gonna do what I can with everything else, and we'll find out. Okay, now this side, its shingles need to go about the same height. But again, the right side is moving slower than the left side. Not bad, except that this window's line is off now. It's funny because these are almost like a whole bunch of little perspective lines for me to use. Let's go ahead and make that window look more like it lines up with the rest of everybody. Great. Done. Now this one. I've got to make sure that I'm drawing very, very soft lines here. And this one, I think would be okay if it went kind of right there. And this one to here. And that one to there. Good. Yeah, our lines are looking pretty good there. Up here, there would be still shingles. They would be parallel with this roof. And there's not a lot of space for shingles here, so we're gonna just do that. Okay, now to make it more apparent that that's what these are, instead of just siding lines, we're going to take the brush, and I think we should use that kind of yellow ochre. I'm gonna start on the left side. On the left side, we're gonna use yellow ochre plus another brown mixed together, because this side is already darker. So I'm just making a dark grayish brown. And there we go. I think part of the biggest way that we're going to be able to make this look shingle-like is by putting shingles on edges like this. Yep, good. Doesn't have to look perfect, it just has to make you think shingle. Think shingle. That would be an awesome slogan if you were a roofing company that did shingles. Think shingle. They could have a shingle jingle. It'd be so funny. Okay, there we go. So, all right, good. Yeah, if I just do that all over this, it will look like it is shingled. It looks great. You love this house? Awesome, Nashi. Do you want to see what it looks like today? I have a picture right here. This is it in the middle of its life. I wish that I had a picture of it when it was first built, but that would be pre-picture. There we go. Okay, I'll pull it up just a moment. I went to it earlier because someone was asking about it. So, screen desktop. Here we go. So this is what it looks like today. And this is taken from exactly the same, let me see if I can get in this is taken from exactly the same angle as this old photograph from the 30s, 40s, I would guess. Based on that, well, no, hold on. 50s or 60s. That one was probably 50s or 60s that I'm working with. But yeah, you can even see, yes, kitty cat, hi. Yeah, so it's got this deck added to it, and it's beautiful. But yeah. And then I can actually, let me show you a really close up of the reference as well. Because it's neat, I love it. It's got the full history to it and full screen desktop. Okay, there we go. So this is the reference photo, full screen. Yep, definitely not a great picture. And I'd say probably 50s, 60s. I can't tell if this shape over here on the right between the house and the tree is a human or if it's just kind of a funny shadow. I'm not sure. It looks like one of the windows is broken out up here. If this is like a quarter of a window pane. Oh yeah, you're right. I moved away from the microphone and didn't take it with me. So I was just saying, I can't tell if this is a human right over here on the right between the house and the tree. If it was, and if we could get a better look at them, we could date this picture a little bit better. But yeah, but we can't. So, okay, let's go back to art. Gertie, I know. I came over here to say hi to you. Go back. Yeah, I love it, Nashi. This is my husband's mom's house. And we did, when I was there, she and I tore off some of the siding to see what was underneath because she wanted to know if there were shingles. And there were. So here, to make it look like shingles, what I'm actually doing is just adding darker shadow under here so it looks like it's shaded by shingles on top. I don't know if that worked, but we tried. Okay, up here, gonna add some more shingle. So I'm just really adding corners here that kind of trick the eye into thinking that there's something overlapping that window. I really didn't draw anything overlapping that window. But I want eyes to think that there is something, so... And my eyes, who were even complicit in the deception, still see that there is something over the shingles, over there. Hey, Always, welcome back. So here's how our house is looking so far. I ran out of my brownish gray. Gertie, what you doing? Gertie. And of course, the obligatory cat shoving her way underneath and through the camera to try to get the paint water that I won't let her. Yep, and turning the camera. Gertie, you are just a bundle of help. That's you. You bundle of help, you. Okay, continuing, just trying to make this look just the suggestion of shingles, and I'm trying to offset them because some shingles would be fat and some would be narrow and whatever. There we go. Yep, that's definitely enough to do it. Gertie, I can't see people talking now because you are in the way. Come on, little cat. You gotta move. Gotta move. Oh. The problem is if I just shove her, she will put her feet down and pull off half of the stuff on my art desk. Gertie. Oh. Gertie, hey, come here. Come on. Oh, now you'll go off that direction? Yeah, that's what I thought. You can't have the paint water. No. She purrs. Purrs and licks. Okay. Back to the task at hand. Alright. Now I can put my paint water back too. Now that somebody's not trying to drink it all the time. So I think that one place that's going to be able to really make it look like shingles is the edge over here. If I kind of make that same triangular shape here, it might do it for us. Or at least show that it curls under a little bit. Also, I need to remember that the ones over here are going to be narrower just because they're further away from us. Now on this side, they would actually be kind of triangular shape coming out this way. Kind of a swoop feeling there. Yeah, that's working. It's working quite well, actually. Okay. We've got more. This is actually a card, a greeting card that's made of watercolor paper. And I'm gonna send it to her when I'm done with it here. I'm gonna go ahead and elongate those lines in some of the places, but not in all. I don't want to draw at every shingle. I mean, I'm already drawing the bottoms of every shingle. And this is already way more than I like to do with repetitive pattern type things like this. I get tired of them. She does prefer paint water. I don't know why. You would think that she was never given fresh water or something. I give her fresh water every night when I go to bed. So she gets fresh water every night. She I don't know what it is about paint water, but man, she just thinks that's the next best thing to sliced bread. This kind of a loose architecture style is kind of working. I wanted it to. Not completely, but kind of. It looks a little bit more cartoon than what I usually go for. Not that that's a bad thing, it's just not my usual goal when I'm painting. I try to loosen up, and whenever I loosen up, I just make my lines crooked. That's the only thing that happens. Okay. Okay. I don't know. It's not that bad. I could see wanting a painting of your house in this type of style. I think it'd be pretty. It would be neat to have a painting of your house hanging in your house. Be very very metaphysical, make you think. Let's see, under here, I wonder how they put shingles in when you have such a small space. Like that. Like under this window, for example. I guess they just put tiny shingles. I don't know. I studied some architecture in college, but since I uh, wasn't studying historic, I was usually doing kind of prehistoric stuff. I studied Greek art and architecture, and that was it was so much fun. But man, that was a difficult class. My professor, I still have all of my flashcards because my one of my best friends and I who were in that class, we were making flashcards for it, but we made them all by copying, printing off pictures from the slides that she showed in class. Because I mean, we had to know, like, this is the east facade of the Temple of Delphi, or the southwest facing corner of the, man, it was that detailed, and couldn't just say which one it was. You had to say which where on the building it was and all of this stuff. I don't know if that really helped my archaeological career. I really don't know if it did or didn't. Didn't hurt it. Oh, and the pottery that we got to study was really fun in that class. I really liked that. That was good. Okay. Uh-oh, you don't have shingles up here yet. House, you're naked. You're naked, house. Okay. I'm kind of moving from place to place so that I don't subconsciously start making patterns here that look too even. If I'm painting brick or something, I'd probably just stick with it. But I think the shingles need to be a little bit more organic looking, or at least as organic as I can get them. And then it was a really interesting class. It was really fun. And I met my best friend in that class, and that's nice. Oh, actually, I guess I think I met her in a different class, but we ended up being in the same class on that one. Okay, now here I'm gonna take some darker and make some shadows under those shingles right on the trim, whatever that is. I think we'll make another line of shingles up here. Nice. It's so cute. It looks like shingles. We're good. Actually looks a lot like shingles. Okay. I've been worried at different points on this house. Okay, now we swoop out on these guys right here and go up and down. Now on these we're at a slightly sharper of an angle, so I want to make sure that the shingles are narrower. Oh, whoops, I've started to make patterns. No brain. We're not making patterns. We're making nice little organic shingles. I'll move to down here. Now I'm just making the little triangle thing that we talked about so that the edge line there we can tell is disrupted. Okay. For some reason, I'm having a really much more difficult time picturing the shingles on this side of the house. And that makes it difficult. That's okay. It's we see that there are shingles, we get it. And so we're just gonna keep going. With this one, the shingles would curl that way. There we go. I hope that she really likes this painting. She really wants her house to be shingled. And so this is kind of teasing her that I can't help her put shingles on her house. But I can show her what it would look like. It's the best I can do. Okay. Over here, we're gonna break up the line again by showing our shingles in here. That angle seems tricky to draw. It is a weird angle. It's strange because they're not little tiny tiles, you know? If they were tiles, the lines would be nice and straight. But shingles gotta curve out a little bit, and I don't know. I'm trying. Doing our best. It's coming across. I mean, there is absolutely nothing wrong with this painting. I just am 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, good. That's the 4th line down. I'm just such a perfectionist that it's difficult for me. I have to remind myself that it's cute and she'll love it and it'll be fine. And that nobody else judges your work as strongly as you do. I mean, I think that that's true in general. I'm sure it's false for some people out there, but not for me. Okay, up here, I'm gonna do the same kind of weird little trim that goes up under the roof that I did, that I'm not really sure what it would be, but it certainly looks shingle-like. Now over here, I want to do just enough of those triangle shape, of those swoops that make it look like there's a shingle out there. Good. Cute little building. Okay, now up here on this, there would be shingles still. Really, it's a little bit too small to really do much besides just suggest. That's all we need anyway, just the suggestions. Because there's no way for your brain to take in all of the sensory information that it's getting all the time. Art is what is perceived, not what is actually painted or sculpted. It's really interesting to think about it that way, but it's really, really true. Okay. I'm going to paint the little swoops here. Okay. I want those angles to be over here also, just a little bit less good. There we go. I'm going to add a few lines to make it look like there are some thinner shingles here and there, or that there may be cracking up the side, just for variation. I'm doing a little bit more on the outer edges just because those are further from the viewer. All right, let's go do some here now. Now these shingles, let's see, would go overlapping that. Okay. Over here at this edge, I'm not sure what they would do. But down here again, they would be coming out. Over here, my perspective got really weird. And in trying to fix it, I need to see. Let me look at the house. I do think that it's supposed to be at a slight angle like this. Luckily for me, shingles don't, as we've established, they aren't all even. So this doesn't really have to be perfect perspective-wise. It just has to suggest the right thing. Nice. I'm trying to decide if we should do like a sunset behind this. I hadn't really thought about what should be behind it. I could see just a really pretty bright blue sky. It might be really beautiful. Its colors are almost starting to feel kind of dull though, and if I did a really bright blue, I don't know if that would pull out the color or dull it down. I mean, I can kind of imagine I have an idea. Here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna check on a pretty sky blue. Well, that's not it. Let me look at some different watercolors. Oh yeah, I remember this one. This one I really like. I'm gonna go back to our practice page. And paint in, not that. Paint in this. I could even make clouds, I guess. Some watercolor artists have really got the cloud thing down. Mine sort of work. But that would be a very pretty color. And then if I wanted to, I could make some kind of stormy clouds like this. Okay, or we could do something. It was like a pretty blue wash that just says beach house. And then to make clouds, we could blot it a little bit. Okay. we're gonna let those dry, and when they are dry, we will readdress the sky issue. Okay. Now, what still needs to happen here? Okay, the steps. The steps need a little bit of help. They don't need to look like amazing steps. They just need to read as different planes. So I'm not sure how I'm going to accomplish that really. Unless I just okay. Well, that wasn't it. So I'm just gonna smooth that out and let that dry again, and we will try again. Let's paint some more defined leaves. Just a few. I kind of want a tree back here. Kind of a blue spruce type tree. It's like a silvery bluish green. Yeah, okay, I'm mixing one up now. I'm mixing a blue and a darker green and a little bit of my yellow ochre. I think that that will set the house off well. I want to look real quick at a picture of a white spruce. Actually, no, hold on. I want to look for trees native to Maine. Okay, good. That's what I want my tree to look like. It's going to be about this tall. So I'm just looking at a reference of a white spruce. They kind of have little bits that point up like this. And I happen to know that there are a lot of them around her house currently. So I've used that really dark kind of muddy green to do this. And now I'm actually going to get a little bit more of a blue. And the blue isn't totally doing what I was aiming for. There we go. Now we're getting color. Yeah, that's pretty. So one thing when you are painting trees, if you're looking at a tree, you will notice that a lot less of the background comes through along the middle than what comes through out at the edges. So I've left some white spots there for the edges, but I'm putting pretty much just dark right in there, and then letting this, there we go. Nice. Okay. I put in a lot of blue right there, but I think it's pretty, so I'm just not gonna care. I feel like I want some bright colors here somewhere. Nice. And now I'm going to take just some yellow ochre and put a few dabs of it in here at the tops of some of these, and just let it keep blending together, because I'm noticing that these white spruce, well, this is probably in the fall, honestly, this picture is probably taken in the fall, but they get a little thing of pollen at the very end of each of those. I don't remember what they're called, but I'm just going to do that and let it blend. And since the yellow and blue are going to make green anyway, it looks good. It's very pretty. I like it. Amazing work. Thank you, Nashi. Oh, what else does it need? We're very close. Very close to being done. It needs a sky. And oh, the doors need some boards on them. Some intentional boards. Let me look at this one. Okay, it gets a board right across here. Whoops, I just stuck my finger in the tree. That's all right. Made kind of weird texture, but it's a tree. Trees have weird textures. This one right here, and this one will be right there. Okay. Okay, now this one needs it, and it needs wider boards because it is closer to us. Top and our bottom. And then the brace across the middle. And then a darker line on that brace. Yeah, kind of just adding details to stuff now. You can't even tell there used to be a window there. There was always a door, always a door. All right, the steps need something. All right, I'm gonna try something with the steps. I'm turning it upside down for myself, and making sure that I know the direction of the lines that the steps should go. Let's see. Yeah, okay, the steps should be parallel with the shingles. So over here, they should be going this way. Okay, I'm going to get a very dark gray, pretty much as dark as I can get by mixing up probably a really dark blue with my burnt umber. That usually works pretty well. Okay, then once I have enough of it, I'm going to rinse my brush off really well. I'm going to take the gray, Make sure I have a nice point on my brush and paint along the bottom of this step and the bottom of that one and the bottom of that one and the bottom of that one. And then I'm going to clean my brush and quickly take just water and touch it to the line and let it bleed up. Okay, if this was cotton paper, this would be working really well. This is not, so I'm having to add some more pigment and try to get it to bleed upward so that there's a gradient there. Okay, now we're going to turn it over and see if it looks, well, it looks okay. It's not terrible. It's fine. She's not gonna inspect the steps. All right, these ones should be at the angle of these shingles. So we've got one here, and one here, and then these right down along here. Let's add some pigment. Again, I'm rinsing my brush and trying to let it blend upward. Yeah, you know what? Those look like steps. They would look more like steps if I was using cotton, but I'm not, so I'm gonna get over it. All right, let's think about these walls. Do they need anything? Do they need shingles? I don't know. That one's got shingles, but I'm not sure that they were. It's funny because when we first started this, it looked like I was painting it bright yellow. And I said, when we get to the end, it won't look nearly so bright because there'll be other darks. And now it's almost not bright yellow enough. No, hold on. Before we just do dumb things without thinking, let's think about this. Let's make some shadows up under shingles, huh? Yeah, that looks good. So I'm just leaving space for it to be the lightest lights on the outer edge of the shingles because they would have because they would be catching the most light as they pulled upward. Okay. But I am trying to let it be a little bit different on each one so it doesn't make it all look like the same thing. Nice. Okay. Now let's do it to some more. To these ones, and those ones. Just letting it bleed down. Beautiful. That's working very well on the shaded side. And I'm kind of having to do it rather quickly because I don't want it to dry in those funny blotches. But it's looking really good. I'm liking the texture that I'm getting here. And it's making the house look much brighter, you know? We do need the shingles need to be coming off of this side. Really, they just need to be suggested on there because, again, it's the suggestion that counts. We need to do some kind of overlapping triangles right here to make it look like shingles. And right here. Good. Didn't do overlaps up here, but they wouldn't be as obvious up there since that window's further away from us. Okay, that looks good. That looks good. We need to add a little bit more yellow now that's just a little bit brighter to the side that's in the most light. So I'm gonna get some yellow ochre again. But I'm also going to add just a little bit of lemon yellow to where it's a really brighter, buttery yellow, and see what it does. And we're gonna hope. Oh yeah, that's pretty. So I'm doing this just again super fast so that nothing dries lumpy. Okay, now I'm going to add a little bit more ochre to it because it's a little bit brighter than I was going for. I still want to keep the difference in value between the left and the right, so that's important here. It would be really easy to accidentally get these looking to be too close to the same, and I don't want that. I'm actually going to dab this off a little bit. Good, okay. Now under this, there's not going to be the same kind of shadow because that's a flat board thing. So I'm just making a nice smooth gradient right there. I don't even know if it's going to make a difference, if you'll be able to tell that anything was different about it, but we'll see. But under these guys, just adding that yellow in a few places, washing my brush again, and letting it bleed down. I think this is a beautiful house. It looks so cheerful. Okay. Okay. Working really fast. Getting it to bleed. Okay. Okay, I didn't go quite fast enough on that one, but that's okay. It got a little bit blotchy, but it's okay. It still looks good. Gonna move that one. I want there to be slightly less definition in the blotches further away from us than there are closer to us, because it just closer up you can see details better. Further away things tend to smooth out to the eye. Nice. Okay. There we go. And then here, down here where it gets to be pretty dark. There we go. Okay. Now we've done what I said I didn't want to do, which was the sides look too close to the same. Maybe. Let me hold it away from myself and look. Yeah, they do. So I'm getting some more yellow ochre, and this time I'm going to mix it with some, I don't know, raw sienna, raw umber. What is this? Raw? I think it's raw sienna. And no, I've got a better idea. I'm going to just get a kind of light brown. Yeah, pretty dark light brown. Then I'm going to get a larger brush. I'm going to do this smart, maybe. Oh gosh, I really don't want to ruin the whole freaking painting here. Okay. I'm going to make a brown wash. Make sure I've got just the right amount of paint. Make sure that nothing is wet still here. Just paint a light brown over everything that I want to be on the darker side. Good. Okay. Oh, and right up here. Yeah, that worked very well, actually. Okay, now we're gonna make a slight shadow back here for this door, because it looks right now like it's just floating in the middle out there. And it would be casting a shadow back here. I'm gonna make it kind of broken up though, because I'm not 100% sure where the sun is here, so good. You know, this is actually just not bad at all. Not bad at all. Okay, I think we are ready for the sky. I don't know what we're gonna do for the sky still. Could just go with a beautiful blue. Can't go wrong with just a beautiful sky blue. If I put kind of a bluish gray behind it, it would not have a whole lot of color, but it would look good with the windows. If I put a really pretty bright blue as the sky, I probably would need to brighten up the windows a little bit. If I put a sunset, I would have to color the windows a little bit too. Oh my gosh, it's hard to know. Okay. For some reason, I just don't want to do the bright blue sky. I don't know why. It would look good with yellow. I just not feeling it. So I'm gonna look at some other color options here. I could do kind of a really pretty deep, yeah, this will be beautiful. Okay, this will be beautiful. We're gonna make the closer to the horizon. So I have turned it upside down for myself. And I'm going to hold it on an angle. And I'm going to do a variegated wash. Hopefully. Okay. So what I'm going to do is get this part wet and make blue. Now we're just going to fill it in. I'm just going to fill it in, but while being careful to detail. So as long as the working edge between where I'm working and where I'm not working stays wet, I can keep messing with it without it getting weird. That is a lot harder done than it is said. Oh, it's such a pretty blue. Yeah, I like this. This is going to be beautiful. One thing that I don't want to do is make the blue look like it's different on one side of the house than on the other. So here, it's got to be a light color. Okay. All right, and now I'm going to take even some more deeper pigment and put it in there, down to about that level. Then, with that darker in there, I'm gonna tilt it up and hope that it bleeds a little bit. See, if this was cotton, that would be looking gorgeous right now. But instead, it's cellulose and it's starting to look weird. It's keeping the line that I don't want there. So I'm trying to get rid of that. By painting it downwards. I might have to re-emphasize some of the shingle edges when we're done here. Just make sure that they still poke out and look right. But for the most part, oh, that's really cool. Yeah, that's a very dramatic house now. I love it. It looks good. I'm gonna go ahead and put some blues in here behind this tree. I think I'm gonna put some brighter greens in here on the tree while I'm waiting for the blue to dry, while I'm waiting for the sky. just to just for fun. They're just gonna look kind of like highlights on the tree, where the tree is catching the light. And I left those empty spaces for highlights, but now they just look white. So we're gonna just color them in green, and now they look good. This soil here, I want to see some variation in it. And this one over here, I want it to also have some kind of reddish brown. Good. Now I think I'll turn this right here into a rose bush also. I'm just feeling it. This should be a rose bush. I have no logical, artistic explanation why, but it's a rose bush, so we'll make it match some of these other rose bushes. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and get the green. I'm gonna make it akin to this rose bush here. I want it to be very obviously different than this vegetation up next to it. I should let it dry. Yep, gotta let that dry. Okay, let's look at the edges. Nope, still too wet to adjust the edges of the shingles. But we are almost done. We're very close. Very close. Okay, while we're waiting for that, I can add some more shadow to some of these bushes. Oh, hey, Nashi. I'm gonna add some shadow up under this one a little bit. Just because I want to make it a little bit better, even though I know that it's pretty, you know, it's just a bush. The bush is not the focus. Just these little details might help it be, you know, pretty. Get some really bright orange and add to these funny little wildflowers in the front. I'll add a little bit to them back here, but mostly I just want them to stand out up here. This thing needs shingles. I just realized I left shingles off of this little wall here. There we go. Now it gets shingles too. Shingles for everyone. Trying to lift that out because I decided to put my brush down and let it bleed a little bit, and then it didn't do what I wanted, and okay, good. Okay, looking good, looking good. We're gonna add a little bit of a cast shadow right along here, actually. That would be cast from this corner of the building. There, nice. Shingles on the siding will be good insulation. Exactly. These people will be nice and warm. Okay, so now we've got that the cast shadow here. Good. That is more contiguous with the shadow from this door. And how's our rose bush doing? It's doing well. Let's give it some more greens. Let's give it some pretty greens under here. Greens under here. We could make some pretty little yellow flowers here somewhere in any of these spaces that are still white. Let's make some. Put some here too. And then with those, we will make some, we will give them some dandelion leaves. I really like dandelions. I know that lots of people don't, but I think dandelions are neat. And any flower that's that happy growing and that pretty and edible to boot, I can't fault that. Just the last little accents, you know? Want to do some more dandelion type leaves back here. Some right over here. Okay, now we are going to just tidy up the edges of the shingles. And actually I want to make it obvious that the tree is going off the page right here, because that way the frame won't look so weird. I want it to be a very clear dark. Here it ends, you know? We can now put grass. Actually, I don't want bright grass. I just want, you know, something over here. There we go. And the darker brown. Add some really dark here in a couple places. One thing, if your painting is ever lacking things, sometimes it's just that it needs higher contrast. Some really dark darks and some really light lights make a big difference. In fact, mine needs some dark darks. I want my Payne's gray, but I don't know where it is. There we go. Okay. So this palette has some good, I think this is the one I want. These are all Winsor & Newton Cotman. Now, watch as this house just starts to pop. Cotman are not my favorite paints by any means, but I by far have the most of them. And use what you got. Okay, let's see. We're gonna add some darker darks to this tree. Good. Gonna add some darker darks to the browns of the roof, I think will help. maybe without sticking my fingers in the paints that are already there and wet. I'm trying to be loose and to leave things loose. It's difficult for me. I'm turning it upside down. First of all, because this way I don't stick my hand in the wet paint. And second, because it's a good angle for my hand if I'm using my wrist as the pivoting point. Now I still want the front part of the house to be darker, or the back part of the house to be darker than the front. So I'm making sure not to lose that. When I add my darks, I'm still being darker on the one side than the other side. Yep, this is working much better. Now we need to do under this roof. Good. Yep, that looks much better. Much better than it did. Okay, I'm gonna make tidy up our shingle sides now. Actually, the shingle sides look fine. Let's take a slightly more orange brown to give some color to the roof. And pull out the warmth in the yellow. I love this point in a painting where you're adding the final touches that just really make it pop. And all of a sudden, it's a really good looking house. I think I want to make it a slightly darker right back in this corner. There we go. Hey, always. Yeah, I know. Can you believe it? I actually got to finish one on stream without my phone dying or me getting exhausted, or yeah, it just looks really good. I want to add a little bit of highlight yellow to this side. I see that it's not as bright as the front. I'm gonna just be bold and dab it on there. And right in there. Okay. The windows look a little bit weird to me because they're all one great big pane. So I'm gonna add some cross pieces. Just hints. Up here also, just hints. That one was at the wrong angle. Looks like we can just move in. It does. It's pretty and I like it. This part's a little bit harsh, so I'm going to smooth it out just a tad. And then I'm going to stop because it looks good. Ooh, and then the really fun part, which is removing the tape. Let me move my paints while it dries for a second here. I always wash my brushes off. Well, not my... I wash my really nice brushes off in clean water after I'm done painting. I clean them, so... Okay. We ready for the big reveal? I love this part. Okay, it's definitely dry enough. And I almost never get to do it on stream either, because I'm almost always... Oh man, I painted over and got paint there. Oh well, it doesn't matter. Nobody cares. Gotta pull gently. I find that if you pull at an angle like this, you're less likely to tear the paper. Man, let me tell you, when it tears the paper on a painting that you've been working on for, what time is it? 12? For 4 hours, and then it rips through it, it makes you really mad. Last one. Okay, throw away my tape ball because otherwise it gets stuck on the cat and she freaks out. And there it is. Beautiful. It looks a little bit funny where I had to move the tape at the top. But if I wanted to, I could just take a marker and draw a nice big fat black line around it. And then I could kind of even it out. Let's do that. Let's do it. Do I have a big fat black marker? Yes, I do. Great. Okay. So this one is gonna go as far out to the edge as possible. It actually would be kind of, no, I can't do that because with these fat black markers, you have to be careful not to leave the point sitting down on the page at all, or it will bleed into the paper. So I'm moving right along when I make these lines. Okay, there we go. Good. It doesn't look quite as weird now. Now I'm going to write some calligraphy if I can find a pen that's a good size. It's been a long time since I've done it. Yeah. Okay, so with the calligraphy that I do, I've never done this on stream before. Okay. Usually you want to determine the height of your letters by the width of your pen. So, and this one won't take me very long, but I do want to demonstrate. If here is one line, right? I want to use a nice bold calligraphy pen Yeah, actually, let's go really big. So you determine if you hold your pen sideways. This one is making kind of weird marks. Okay, you should be able to. It's been so long since I've used these that this is just dried up. Not working. Come on. There we go. Usually I like to have 8 of these. I've forgotten what the name of it is, but 8 pen widths for something like this. And then for writing happy birthday, yeah, good. This is not the smoothest pen in the world. I want to see if this one's that's slightly. Oh yeah, this one's much better. Okay, I'm gonna use this one then. Let me see what the width is. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8. So I'm gonna want lines that are 3/4 of an inch apart. Make sure I'm writing on the right spot. I'm gonna get my pencil, which is a 2B, so it's kind of soft, and draw it so ever so slightly. And then mark 3/4 of an inch down and 3/4 of an inch down. Should have marked both of the lines that I needed, but I didn't. So I'm gonna do it again, 3/4 of an inch down. Good. Now, if I really want to be obsessive, I would draw a midline, but I'm not going to do it. Not gonna let myself. I will zoom in here and go for it. I'm not gonna talk while I do this because I really have to concentrate. So here we go. Everybody cross your fingers. I wouldn't need to cross fingers if I did this more often or practiced ever. Okay. Whew. Okay, one word down. Looking good. I've spelled everything right. JPP, right. Birthday isn't gonna fit over there. I'd be like the kids who tried to make me a cake and just ended up writing happy bee. But birthday will fit here. Yeah, that'll be fine. Thank you for the follow. Messed up on that A. Thank you so much. Oh, okay. Yes, Nashi. No, I moved the mic out of my way because I wanted to like bend over and really focus on writing here. Hello, everybody. Thanks for the raid. Squirrely, hi. Tonight, we're almost done, but you get to see the finished product. We have made a birthday card, start to finish. This is the house that I painted based on the reference photo that you can see up there on the screen. Which direction would that be? Yeah, up here? No, up there. I don't know. The only picture of the house that isn't the one I painted. So here's the house that we painted. Then that's watercolor. Then I did this. I want to add a little bit here. So this type of calligraphy is, you know, if you've heard of serifs or sans serif, serifs are these little things, these little fancy edges that go on the letters. Okay, so I've got one there. I mostly sans serif over here, and sans means without in Latin, Italian, several things. But the font that I have practiced the most is this. And it's a serif calligraphy. And there it is. Now I'm going to erase the lines. Just with my kneaded eraser, now that the ink is nice and dry. Man, that's another thing you really don't want to do is go in to erase your pencil lines when your ink is not dry, and oh my gosh, get so mad at yourself. Okay. Thank you so much, Squirrely. Yes, always. Please get some sleep. We are done. We've done it. We've painted this beautiful house as it might have been in 1910 when it was first built. And yeah, for all of you who just came in, thank you so much for being here. My name is Garnet. I am an archaeologist, but I am also a content creator. And you are viewing the content. It's so beautiful. Thank you always. I'm pleased with it. It looks good. Over the next couple days, every time I pass this, I will probably make little tiny tweaks to it. But that's just kind of how I do it. It's my process. 'Tis my creative process. And on the back I should write something like not Hallmark. I should come up with a fun name for a stationery business and do it. But yes, everybody, I do watercolor or gouache or some kind of other art every Wednesday. I also play a lot of League of Legends, and so if any of you are into that, stick around because I'll probably be back for some more. Good night, Nashi. Good night always. Thank you both for being here. I love to see you guys on Wednesdays. And whenever I get to come into AJ's stream. Look, I'm actually going to put away some of my markers. What? I've also been considering filming some art for YouTube and just having it go kind of in a... I mean, I know this is a long process. It took me 3-4 hours. Yeah, it took 4 hours, but you know, what got me started on watercolor in the first place was I went into a store to buy a graduation card, and the cards were really simple. They were pretty, but they were really simple. I mean, they were things like they'd have like flowers that would be like this, you know, and this, and then they would have like an ink or a wash over them, something like this. And then they'd have, granted, very pretty. Let me just going to bleed these up now if I take just water. Let it blend up. But the cards were a lot like this. And they were like $10. And I didn't buy one. I went to the store and I bought watercolors. And I went home and I painted my own card. Those watercolors, to be fair, were terrible. And I did not have a good experience doing this whole I'm too good to buy cards from the store. But it did get me into this, and so it's kind of fun to come full circle and paint another card. Okay, everybody, I'm actually going to call it. That is my stream. Let me go to just chatting for a second. Oh, perfect. Thank you everybody so much for being here. Card. Beautiful card. I love it. And I will love it more after the next 5 times I stop and tweak it. Looks great. Okay, please follow my YouTube, follow this, and I hope to see you back soon. Everyone, remember, you are valuable and you are important. You matter. Please treat yourself and others accordingly, and I will see you next time. Bye always, bye Nashi. Thank you everybody.